Oh, tell him I said hi back. Is your mom's hanging out with you today? Up in Michigan? No, I knew that. Oh wait, I thought you said from your mom and Murgy. No, I know that. I just misread what you said. I know Murgy's your girlfriend. What? Don't give that to me. I made a mistake. All right, good. You son of a bitch. Tell Murgy I said hi. Or else. All right, good. See, threats work. By the way, Jake, after Bowie today, I'm gonna do 2 arcane paintings. I'm gonna do Jinx, and then I'm gonna do one of Vi, I think. So, just FYI. I'm gonna do them both on wood panels, on 11 by 14 wood panels as well. Kind of like a package thing. So are they? Is that for that festival you were talking about, the art thing? Yeah, I'll think about coming up for that. Yeah, keep on reminding me so I don't forget about that. The only thing that might interfere is that a couple weeks after that, I'm going to Europe for the Rugby World Cup. So, art speed seats. That's right. But yeah. Definitely consider that. I haven't been up there in a while. Turn this on. Cool, yeah. Well, like I said, just keep on reminding me because it's yeah, no worries. All right. Let's get started. We are painting David Bowie today. Oh, are they? Any occasion for that one, or just a visit? Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'll think about that one too. That one most likely not, but I'll think about it. All right, sounds good. Okay. Let's get paint on the palette. We'll do our sketch. All right, this is 16 inches by 12. This is stretched canvas. I have a grid, just splitting it up into 16 sections. Might be harder to see, but 3 vertical lines and 3 horizontal lines. center right there. So you can see the grid lines on my on my Photoshop reference. So that's the reference. A middle-aged hot Bowie, and go from there. So we're using the same palette as last time. The big difference is I finished essentially the larger tube of Williamsburg titanium white, so we're using the Michael Harding titanium white. Biggest difference is this is a creamier texture, where the Williamsburg is more stiff, but the pigment load is slightly lower than this. So like, you need a little bit more of this, but this is better out of the tube than the Williamsburg. Then we got the Williamsburg Bismuth Vanadate Yellow. You got the Williamsburg Pyro Red, Williamsburg Ultramarine Blue, Michael Harding Burnt Umber. Once we're done with this, we're going to be trying the Old Holland Burnt Umber. Then we have the Williamsburg Ivory Black. Once this tube is done, we're going to be probably trying the Michael Harding Ivory Black. We also have an Old Holland. But of the colors that we have other options of, we're going to be testing between those three brands, the Michael Harding and Old Holland. The general thing I've been seeing is that Michael Harding really emphasizes like texture out of the tube. So they might make some concessions to pigment load. Old Holland is less stiff than Williamsburg, but the pigment loads seems just as good from early things. But I haven't done a regular testing with an Old Holland in my palette yet. It's just sort of from some other things, some minor things I've done with it. I have Ivory Black out here to supplement the mixture of the Williamsburg Burnt Umber and Williamsburg Ultramarine Blue French, because I need to use this Ultramarine Blue French. It gives me a larger amount of black. So Ivory Black, though, is about a half step in value darker than this mixture. Maybe a little less than half step, but it is darker. And so I'm going to add some of this to darken this and to ensure it's kind of neutrality as a dark color. This gives me options when I'm doing darker colors to make them more chromatic. So on this painting on this reference, I should say, specifically around the eyes, they have some really dark, warm dark values. So this opens up, and in the hair actually, opens up my ability with my palette to mix warmer or cooler, darker values that I think will help with the contrast with the other colors. Even though by eye you might not be able to see it, you'll see it with the illusion of the stuff going around it. That's the best way I can put it. So, yeah, that's good. Then we have linseed oil and odorless mineral spirits as my mediums. And I'm just going to be using flats like usual that are as large as I could possibly use. We'll probably use about 3 different ones. The super large, the medium, and a small. One issue with the Harding and Old Holland is in the United States, they're significantly more expensive than Williamsburg for very similar quality. Now in Europe, I've heard that Williamsburg is more expensive than those two. I guess my perspective on it is if they're essentially the same paints, you should probably go with Williamsburg in the States because you're gonna spend less. But this is just for initial testing, so I didn't buy. Outside of this, I got a good deal on this Michael Harding Burnt Umber, but it's about like by volume, Michael Harding and Old Holland are like 30% more cost-wise by volume. The thing is, I just need to get good enough to get sponsored by one of these companies. Now, also one note between testing is that the other companies, well, Old Holland doesn't have Pyro Red, Michael Harding does, so I'm going to test the Michael Harding eventually of it. This yellow is not available in Old Holland or Michael Harding. So it's going to pretty much be Williamsburg full-time with that yellow. I don't know why they don't carry that yellow, but I wish it did. Now, there's some interesting you'll get some variations in, even if they're called the same pigment number, like the pigment they use for the paint is the same, you'll see some variations. So, for example, this burnt umber from Williamsburg and Michael Harding have the same pigment number. However, the Williamsburg one is darker. There's more neutral black elements in it, and it's way more opaque. Where the Michael Harding is burnt umber is pretty transparent. And the Old Holland's kind of like in between. There's some transparency. It's a semi-transparent, I should say. So there's an interesting difference. And then, not to mention, is the colors are different. The Michael Harding is very orange and red. Or orange and yellow. Red and yellow, God. For ABE, the festival, yeah, the abbreviation of the festival, yeah. Yeah, I'll let you know as soon as I make a decision. Plus, I need to check that website out, because maybe I'll try and sell some art up there. I mixed in a lot of black here, and that's just kind of a function of the mixture. But I don't think I'll need this much black, but we'll see. Oh, okay. Good to know. I'll just advertise at other people's stands. I'll just carry my paintings with me and stand in front of somebody else's art stand. Alright, so we're going to pull out like a medium-ish brush, and we're going to start sketching Sir Bowie. We're gonna just take some burnt umber, what's ever left over in this brush, because the tone doesn't really matter. We're gonna do a very basic value sketch. One thing I should do. And we're keeping it thin so that we could erase it. Just wipe it up with a paper towel if we have issues with it. This makes it look a little square, so we'll just take oh. So when I'm sketching with the grid, I try and pick landmarks that kind of line up nicely with like corners or lines, because you know that like you're going to be more accurate on those. So we know that once we do the stuff that like is more important relative to like the form of the face, we know that that stuff is going to be more accurate. So like when we erase or try and fix something, we know that like those things are going to be more accurate. So like this hair strand kind of goes through those things, and we know that there's some like darker strands right there. Same with the shadow. The most important thing when you're painting David Bowie too is to make sure you pray to him, since he is a god, and hopefully he'll bless you with a good painting. Very important. If you don't pray properly, whew. That kind of like angles up all the way to that point. All right, so we got a general like outline. I'm not confident with this chin yet, though. And if we have like more issues erasing it, we'll put some solvent on our brush. It seems like it's like straight and then it joins the round. But I'm not like, it seems like it hits like its deepest point there. And this looks square, even though this like I could fix this when I'm painting the skin. I think it will help if I just do it like that. Now, why I picked this reference Bowie is, he has so many like iconic photos, but a lot of his stuff is like very stylized in him and like makeup and with like colored lighting, which like gives the painting like a very like it'll make the painting like very, or not the painting, the reference like very yellow or something like that. And I don't necessarily enjoy painting stuff that is highly stylized. So this was like a good example of one that had some natural features of his face showing. And where I could like paint it more painterly. That makes sense. This is probably a mistake to probably do the nose like just like picking spots out of the air, but it's low risk. So that we're just gonna take care of that now. One side was too light, the other one was too dark. That's just too thin down. This might be too high up, but we'll see. And we'll do it however much it takes to oh shit. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Dido. We're talking terrible. Ionza? The gutter goblins. How are all you indeed? How are all of you? Can't think. What's up, armpit lover? Hi, Jerry Solo. Thanks for all the follows. Let's see. Rezilo, Addictive Sugar, Adam Dosar, Big Weird Animal, Ionza, Must Love Pickles. Thank you, everybody. Hey, Addictive Sugar. Hi, Odia. Oh, it's Lanza. My computer's a little far away, too, so I apologize, Lanza. Hey, Spookies. You need to pee so badly? Go take a piss. Thank you very much, nice lady. You're very kind. I did, Jake. Gay Club Anthem, thanks for the follow. By a really good painter who I watch pretty regularly. Her name's the nice lady over there. It's very funny. And she's a great painter. She paints very expressively. So right now we're just doing a very fun community. Very gay, but great community. And great community. Not but great. I enjoy watching good painters paint. And the community is the big plus. You all are very fun. So, today we're painting David Bowie badly. I suppose. No, she's wonderful. Y'all are wonderful too. So, yeah, a little bit about me, I guess. I am a hobby oil painter, I guess, is the best way to put it. Not professional. Would love to get paid for it. That would be wonderful. But I've been painting for about 19 months. And I got obsessed with it, and yeah, that's my story. I only paint with oils. I only paint Alla Prima. Yeah, it's very kind of her. Thank you. Well, she went to go rock a piss, so she might not be here anymore. Plus, it's late for her, so. But, right now we're just doing a value sketch, essentially. It's not really a value sketch. It's more of just a sketch. No, she did not. I guess that was a little bro-y of me. But if anybody has any questions at all, don't hesitate to ask. I'm happy to share what I know about or what I can't answer. Billy and Babble, thank you for the follow. So yeah, I also do paintings from start to finish. So that by the time we're done today, I will. This will be done. Or else. No, I just do all my paintings in one sitting. So if you check out my Instagram, all my paintings there were done the same way. Listen, that's just a drip. Thank you, Lonzo. Yeah, I just got obsessed with it. I approach things very technically. So like I've done research onto the paints I use, like I do exercises regularly. I did not go to school for art. So I don't have any formal training. I agree. Well, the benefit is I enjoy it. So like it's not like I feel like I'm forced to paint. I paint exactly because I want to paint. And that in itself is like kind of freeing. So yes, I largely agree with you. Don't like that. See, right now, like, sounds like me, I have a hard time with taking time to finish my art. I want to finish in a piece in one sitting. Yeah, so like that, it plays into a couple aspects of like the psychology of painting for me. So like, I don't work across multiple days. It's like I must finish it, but I also won't touch up things that I think are wrong. So, and I have them hanging up in my other room. So like whenever I see them, I just know the things that are wrong with them. I'm like a fucking maniac. I just focus on the things that I think I failed at. And whether it be like, on this one, the values weren't good. On this one, I wish my colors were more saturated. Is a better way of saying that. And I don't necessarily, like, it's not like negative reinforcement, but it's just like a way for me to remind myself of things I want to work on. Exactly. So it's like, because it's like don't get me wrong, I am results oriented, but I'll live with my paintings and just know that I'll get them next time type thing. It just reminds me, because like I have a huge focus on hitting my values and then colors. I'm still searching for something I'm passionate about, but could also turn it a profession. Yeah, like for me, I don't know if it's some type of psychological disorder, but like I get passionate about things and I only kind of do the things I like to do. But like it's the only things I can focus on. So I wasn't a good student, but I was good at overall, but I was good at the things that I enjoyed doing. So like I'm a mechanical engineer by profession. Like I have a degree in mechanical engineering. And I like a lot, like I like computer programming. I like a lot of things in. Yeah, right. Like that's true, right? Valid point. But so like I tend to just, when I say obsess, it's just like I just like can't stop thinking about the things I enjoy doing for that time period, and ebbs and flows. So, like I said, I've been painting for 19 months ish, and I did have a break in there. I had like a 4-month break ish where I didn't paint anything. Oh, that's awesome, Wanza. Yeah, I've worked in aerospace. I've worked in medical, a lot of manufacturing, and but you know, I've always had other interests, and I've just really enjoyed painting them more than a lot of other stuff. Yeah, I've suspected that I might, but I've never, you know, gotten diagnosed addictive sugar. It was tough. It was tough for me. I'm not going to say college was easy or fun for me, but I got through it, and but I'm glad I did. Interesting. Are these eyes just too far up? Maybe not. Possibly armpit. I've had suspicions. I just call myself a maniac. Or a pervert. However you want. Yeah, so yeah, like in this time I've been painting, I painted what, like 100 and something paintings. So don't get me wrong, I'll take commissions and everything. If somebody wants to pay me to paint, I'll gladly do it. But I consider myself not really good enough yet that people are interested. Which is fine. So that was too far down. That should go like there. This eye still seems a little fucked to me, but we might fix it in post. Yeah, there's like you know, there's a lot of things that, you know, will change while I'm painting it. As I'm like seeing things, you know, better or not. So like I should probably that. No. Do not. Yeah, like, you know, how you see things is ebbs and flows as you paint. And, like, sometimes the details that I don't have in here will make this other stuff, uh, work out better, essentially. But I guess we're just getting general placement down. But I'm also using this as an opportunity to practice my sketching. So if I really wanted to try and hit this out of the park, I would measure everything. I'm still fresh in the art community, but I've been loving it while I've been hanging around, and I'm learning that people really respect the process in a way that I never said or realized. Yeah, it's interesting because I haven't met a lot of artists that have like the same process, but a lot of artists have similar pieces, right? And so, and everybody's working on something, you know. Like I said, my main focus is not actually sketching, but this is a way to get better at sketching. While I'm working on things that the things that I consider to be most important, which is hitting proper colors and my light and dark values. And so I'm trying to pick paintings that are references that challenge me on that, I guess, subject matter. Plus, I really like portraits. It's like the fucking Joker there. I think so too, Armpit. That's why I watch a lot of people stream. I watch people on YouTube. Like I said, I'm a maniac / pervert when it comes to this stuff. I mean, there's no I'm of the perspective, I should say, that there's no shame in copying others' methods. The only thing I have problems with people doing in the learning process is doing things in the learning process, mind you, is when they do things that work to their detriment and they kind of know it. So, like, I'm not an advocate of people using a projector to draw when they're learning. I wouldn't have a problem with a professional doing it if they're, doing it to make sure that their stuff is legit. But you also have to be content with the fact that people are going to do whatever they want. I don't know. The sketches always look weird, but just have to pray to Bowie again. I'm also a big Bowie fan. Bowie is legendary, and yeah, I think you gotta, if you're really trying to learn, use every tool to your advantage. Like, my reference is sitting in Photoshop, and I'll use Photoshop to check colors and values. I don't find anything wrong with that, because it's helping me see the colors and values properly. And I've been like lessening my use of like color checking. As I've done this more and more. Yeah. But like, to do things that actively remove it out of your process, I think is objectively a wrong thing to do. Which would, like, a projector would be one, for example. Yeah, exactly, Lonza. But yeah, Bowie. I've done what, like 5 or 6 portraits. My first portrait of I ever did was of David Bowie. It looks like a fucking child did it. Here, this is embarrassing, but I'll show you my first portrait ever. This was on October 22nd, 2021. Yeah. Oh. My first portrait ever. Just everything. The eyes, the values, the colors, just are all... That was my first one. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm coming more of the perspective of like the colors, like, the shadows and lights and stuff. Exactly. At the time, I didn't think it was terrible, at least for my first try. But like I don't know if you saw, but this was my last portrait that I did on stream, 4 days ago? Danny DeVito. For Jess really egged me out on this one, so. But I think so, Jake. I think the skin tones and values are really went really well on that one. All right, I think that's enough for the sketch for now. Now let's start painting. All right. At least early in the painting, I use a very large brush. I'm a big advocate of using as large of a brush as you can handle. So I'm going to start off with a, what is this? It's a size 12 flat. And it is approximately $1. Got it in a pack from Amazon. Thank you, Lonza. I was pretty happy with it, how it turned out. It's about 5.5 hours, but I was really happy with like the skin tones and values, and it went well, in my opinion. So when I start off, I usually work dark to light. I could reuse this. So I'll try and get the darker skin tones in. So we're going to start off with some black, some red, touch of yellow, and some burnt umber. Like I said, if anybody has any questions about my palette, the colors I use or color theory, I'd be happy to answer. But I use a primary palette in general. Oh, really? Now, I can't say that this is how most people mix them, but this is how I mix them. Yeah. One sec. Red. Yeah, I like this. I was explaining earlier that a lot of Bowie photographs are very like stylized and and there's usually like kind of color filters on them. So I wanted to find one of him kind of natural, and I painted him young a lot, so I thought this was a nice change of pace in the Bowie reference. Yeah, a lot of them are very unfortunately filtered. So is that? Oh, that's more red than I expected. Okay. So we're gonna start off with the first layer of paint I put on the palette is always thinned down with yeah, it really does. I use odorless mineral spirits for my first layer. And then when I paint layers over that, I'll paint with paint either thinned down with linseed oil or just as thick as I can tolerate. I should have probably picked out the blacks first, but this is okay. Now, one of the bigger benefits of oil painting is this is all reversible. Yeah, I think he's on stage, but I kind of like the bright highlight on the hair up here. Because I think it will add a nice light dark contrast between that and the skin. Yeah. How dark is that? Yeah, I kind of like I look for contrast like that when I'm painting, at least, because it makes it more interesting. Like in my opinion, one of the worst things to paint is like something that's just like a flat color, because there's like, you know, or stuff that doesn't have a lot of value change. But that's just me. I'm going to try and make broader strokes. I can do this with my larger brush. Thanks, Lanza. Yeah, man. Stop by whenever. I'm gonna stream a lot this week because I recently kind of took a few days off with other stuff. So yeah, I'd be happy. Please join if you get a chance. And thank you for the follow too. Thanks, man. Much appreciated. That's... So right now I'm just kind of going back and forth, mixing some skin tones and areas. It can be a slog sometimes until we get general areas or I start working on the eyes. But I'm trying to get down some general areas with their proper values to give me some better reference points. kind of moving around a lot. That's just how I'm just seeing areas, and I'm just kind of like getting in some colors. I know there's not necessarily rhyme or reason, but I generally work like dark to light or getting certain values in there, because I'm gonna get a few more in there, and then I'm gonna start doing the eyes, and the eyes are gonna be the first thing I do. Like I said, I know it's like doesn't necessarily make a lot of sense, but I kind of key in on important colors and how I operate, at least important colors and values. Get those in there, and then I finish something that needs those other things to like finalize, right? So the eyes have a lot of important values in there, and so the eyes won't look correct if the other stuff around them is not correct. And so it's I kind of hone in on certain things, at least how I kind of approach my paintings, because it's like painting is a focal point, but that focal point is enhanced by everything else being right in its own way, at least in realism. And so once again, like your eyes can be perfect, but if your values around everything else are not, then your eyes are not gonna look perfect, even if you painted them perfect. All right. We're going to take a quick break. I want to get my eyes off of this. It's about a 5-minute break. And when I come back, we are going to do the eyes. We're going to get those done. But so we worked around with some specific colors, right? This strong orange, this very warm shadow. We'll do the eyes, and we'll work to the nose, and we'll work to the mouth. So we're gonna kind of work down from eyes to the mouth to make sure that those are all linked together. Then we'll finish the rest of the skin. Then we'll do the hair and the background. All right, so everybody don't panic. I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break, stand up, and I'll be back. And I'm back. All right. Let's do these eyes. All right. All right, we're gonna bring out a smaller brush. Let's see. Should work. That one's kind of frayed. Okay. Yeah, I think that eye on the left is, I think both the eyes are too far up. So what I'm gonna do, I can just paint over it. It's all right. So I usually start with the whites of the eyes, which are not white. They're usually very dark. These are desaturated orange, for example. Okay. So we'll check that again. A little over an inch. The eye placement is important. So how far is an inch? Let's see. So we took a quick measurement. Yeah, my eyes are a little too high. So one thing that like really tricks you when you're painting is that when another color is by another one, it changes how you see that color. So for example, if we look at his left eye, not like our left, and you look at the white of the eye, what do you think that color on the right side of his left eye? What color do we think that actual color that white of the eye is? And the answer, it's a green. I've measured it. Well, it looks like a green, I should say. It's an extremely desaturated, like lighter hue orange that looks green relative, because it looks green because a desaturated orange has more blue in it and it's cooler. So the difference of the temperatures change that. So it's pretty freaky how that happens. And this is why painting realism is very hard, in my opinion, because you're fighting the illusions constantly. When you're working with portraits, a lot of the colors are just actually a type of orange, right? Technically, this is an orange. You're seeing right here. Brown is orange, by the way. I don't know why we called it brown instead of just dark orange. But you see things more vibrantly when they're next to something that is a more saturated orange. That's why color and values specifically have been my sole focus on improvement, because of these illusions. That one can move up a little bit more. Maybe that's too far to the right. Should have waited to measure that. I know this is riveting watching, but if you like watching painting, this is what I do. It's amazing what little highlights can do to change how you see something. Once I put like the dots on these eyes too, you're gonna see kind of a world of difference. We're still in an ugly phase right now. But you're free to give up hope. But like little changes can make huge differences. But the key is to panic and think it's going to turn out like shit the entire time. That's the key to eyes. Thank you, Addictive Sugar. Much appreciated. I like rambling to myself. Do you paint, Addictive Sugar? Yeah, I get that. It's always like the time commitment of it. Like I had like a busy week, and I was free to paint yesterday, but I decided not to just because I wasn't feeling up for it. So I completely get that sentiment. Painting takes a lot of mental energy. To me, it's similar. It's like very reminiscent of, very much so. And it's also one of those things that like gets more complicated the more effort you put into it, you know? So I completely get where you're coming from. Granted, I don't work on digital, though, so some of your problems, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to speak to. Not that you're necessarily even looking for that, but. I have actually never painted digitally. I don't even know. Actually don't know where to begin on that. Oh, nice. Digital art is great just because it, like, you could learn so much stuff and you don't really have to worry about, you don't, like, that's good. Yeah, like, digital art, it's great because it lowers the barrier to entry because it changes, like, your stress levels. Like, one thing that's kind of stressful about physical arts is that, like, if you do shitty things, you're kind of wasting your supplies. Unfortunately. But it's part of the thing, right? But it also just is a one-time cost too, because, like, oil paints are expensive, acrylic paints are expensive. I don't really like that placement. We're gonna leave. Need to be a little higher. Yeah, I think it's a very good tool to, like, get a lot of basics down because I'm one who thinks that the belief that, like, colors and values are kind of the hardest things. Yeah. It's I imagine that's how a lot of people kind of get their start, is that they started off with some traditional and then work their way towards digital. I haven't seen a lot of people go from digital to traditional, I should say. I'm sure it's happened, of course, but with a lot of my original oil paintings, I just straight up threw them out when I was done with them. I got the pictures of them, but they didn't really feel a need for me. I don't get very nostalgic about my own stuff. Yeah. Now, I don't know if you heard earlier, but I hang up, like, pretty much all my current paintings, even if I don't like them, which is a lot of them. Just because it helps me. It helps remind me about the stuff I think I need to work on. Because I don't do touch-ups either. Once I'm done with the painting, I'm done. Yeah. Well, it's hard because, like, it's hard not to be results orientated because you're like, you want to put your best foot forward. You want to show people how. It's like, come look how good I look. It's like the vapidness of social media to a certain extent. And but like, the stuff that you struggled with, and you focus on things that other people might not notice, right? It can make things difficult, but it's part of like the challenge of art, right? And it's part of like challenging yourself to show people your work. That's why I actually named my Instagram "I'm Painting Badly," because I was posting stuff that I think was objectively bad out of my own vapidness, because it was more of like a documentation of my progression. And I got better. And so, like, I also don't want to come off of as like being a jag-off because I name myself Painting Badly and I'm trying to paint really, really well, or as best as I can, but it's kind of the nature of it. But I know every single thing I struggled with on every painting, because I remember that, like, I did not achieve something I was going for. And I hope other people don't see it. But I also kind of resolved myself to post everything that I paint. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I'm sure it was, the thing is, a lot of our stuff is better than we think it is, right? Because we have the hypercritical eye. But it doesn't change how I feel about it, unfortunately. I can't speak for you, but I imagine other people share that perspective, right? Do you mind? Does the eye placement seem good to you? I think I kind of got it to a spot where I think the eye placement looks decent. If you don't want that responsibility, no worries. Good, thank you. See something I want to touch up though. I'll have the person to blame. That doesn't seem bright enough. Let's add a little bit more white to that. I hope that's the case for me as well. I have really enjoyed it so far, but like I said, sometimes have fleeting interests. But I'm sure that it'll always be something that I think about or want to do in some capacity. Yeah, I like that saying though. Art is my new hobby. Till I die. What type of stuff do you like to paint? If you don't mind sharing. Yeah, I totally get that sentiment. I mean, I wish I started oil painting earlier as well. Oh, no worries. Sometimes I just type stuff in and then I realize that I sound like an idiot. I'm not saying you're an idiot, by the way, but like sometimes I feel like I do that all the time, where like I write something without reading it, and then it's like, oh my god, I sound like a god. Should clean some of this up. I said some of this, but now I meant all of it. It's gonna make a pile of neutral paint. Or somewhat neutral. I gotcha. Do you do commissions, or you just do it for yourself? So I have heard a lot of commission digital artists specifically get quite a bit of I'll say erotic requests. I think I've heard it's like a lot of furry requests. Yeah, I get that. That's cool. I don't know what the rules are about oil painting nudity on Twitch. I imagine they don't allow it though. But I haven't done that yet. I don't have a Discord for the channel, but if you, my Discord, I can give you my Discord. Hold on. 1 second. Not great with Discord. Where's my friend number? Oh, what the hell? Add card attack. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. This is awesome. 2 raids? 1 day. 2 large raids. Hi, regular dude. Hi, banana and ice and waffle, I guess. And hidden tides. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much. Add card ADC Art Attack, I should say, not add card attack. ADC Art Attack. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming in. I'm painting David Bowie badly. I'm doing very well. Thank you so much. Thanks for the follow, JD Lord. Much appreciated. Thank you. Hidden Tides, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Well, it's all up to someone's opinion. I try. I'll say that. I don't try to paint badly. It just happens at times. Thank you, JD Lord. Yep, I only do oil paintings, nothing else. I like portraits a lot. I'm doing a lot of stuff to help my skills improve. Yeah, a little bit about me. I've been oil painting for 19 months. I'm not a traditionally trained artist. Regular dude, thank you for the follow. This is self-taught, and yeah, it's a hobby currently, but just trying to get better every day. Yeah, I do paintings on the stream. I do paintings from start to finish. I do all my paintings in one sitting, Alla Prima, so that means wet on wet. So when I started the day, it was just a stained canvas. Yeah, so on my streams, I go as long as the painting takes me. So right now we're just painting the King of Kings, the Goblin King, or Ziggy Stardust, David Bowie, and yeah. If you want to see more of my stuff, you can take a look at my Instagram link. I post everything there. I have time lapses of my paintings. And yeah, I'm happy to answer any questions and I'll answer to the best of my abilities if I'm capable. Thank you, Addictive. I'll catch back up with the Discord because I would love to see your stuff. Or if you have an Instagram link, you could, or you might not be able to post it on Instagram from what you're talking about. But yeah, let's catch up in a little bit about that. Michael, 465. I think it's hard to see from here. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, if anybody has any questions, once again, I am very happy to answer. If you have questions about my palette, the colors I'm using, why I'm mixing something the way I am, yeah, swing away. Also, if you want to criticize, be my guest. I'm open to all suggestions. I agree. It's a place to just kind of truly do what you want. That's why I kind of kept on painting in the beginning. Is I just straight up enjoy it. Yeah. Well, before I streamed, I'd kind of paint like that, but I intentionally take breaks to get my eyes off of my paintings. Because of like the illusions that happen to yourself when you're seeing your stuff, when you're looking at it constantly. Stuff you see might not be what it was the last time you looked at it. It plays a lot of tricks on you. Oh, you do, Michael? Yeah. Fun movie. This isn't actually his character from Labyrinth. But he's, in my opinion, the King of Kings regardless. Yeah, addictive. Like, how I was talking about how, colors can seem different based on other colors they're around, right? And that stuff can accentuate itself the harder you focus in on something, or the longer you've been looking at it. Just kind of like the same thing like looking at a monitor. So it's good to take some breaks to get your eyes off of it. Another trick that a lot of at least oil painters use is that they'll step like 10 feet away from the painting, see how everything looks. Usually around there, kind of like viewing distance, right? Like a museum, for example, viewing distance. Yeah. Because if painting certain colors next to each other will make them seem, you'll see like the opposites of them. So for example, let's say I was to paint a cooler orange right next to these, like right here, like right next to this really warm orange, right? So let's just say I was to paint a desaturated orange. It would look like there's blue, like there's a lot of blue in there, even if the color was just still orange, right? And it's because your brain sees something so saturated with color, and it will like focus in on the things that are really like the major differences between the two. So that's like the problem with looking and painting what you see, and it happens with lights and darks too. But the problem with So like it's like a bunch of problems that can happen with your own vision, like not your own fault, because you like you just gotta like train your brain and your eyes to realize what you're seeing is not reality. Yeah, no, that's a great example of it. It's but like it gets accentuated, right? It gets accentuated with all the types of contrast. So not only is it just color contrast, it's lights and darks, it's warm and cold, it's complementary, right? There's like all those things get pulled out when they're next to something like that. That's why like people kind of like struggle with skin tones a little bit, because skin tones are generally desaturated. And by if you don't know what I mean by desaturated, but it's like when you mix a little red and a little green together, you're desaturating both colors. Yeah. And so when that happens, you're desaturating the complementary color, essentially. So if I wanted to make this less orange, I'll add some blue to it, right? But if I don't add a ton of blue, it will just slightly make the orange less strong. But if I were to add something like not a complementary, so let's say I add a touch of white to this, what happens is the white I use is slightly cool. And so now I'm going to actually cool it off a little bit. So I'm desaturating the orange, but not as severe as a blue, but I'm changing the temperature of it. So when I compare it to other things, that maybe it's already colder than, it will highlight that difference between the two. There's a lot of it's stuff like that makes painting very, very difficult. And we're not even getting into like the technical stuff, like the technical stuff being like, yeah. Like one thing I'm trying to work on in this painting specifically is the planes of the face. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with the concept of the planes of the face, but here I got it. So I have this up here for my own reference, but each one of those planes, those these sections, has different. Well, you could paint that had the same color, but how the light hits it and how the skin's own shadows and forms will change the color slightly, right? And this is kind of a reference that a lot of artists use for for making individual brush strokes. So yeah, there's a lot of. It's why I like painting so much. Favorite Bowie song is "Oh You Pretty Things." Is my number one. Love that song. Could listen to it all day. I also like Rock and Roll Suicide a lot. Life on Mars, of course. Ziggy Stardust. I'd say I still love his 80s stuff, but that's probably my least favorite of his stuff. But "Oh You Pretty Things" is my favorite. And if you're not aware of that, if you haven't listened to that song recently, I suggest listening to it right now. Or else. What's your favorite Bowie song, JD Lord? Yeah, Space Oddity is great. I love Space Oddity. You're Gen X? I am a millennial. I was born in '88. But like even like I mean his '80s stuff is still great. Space Oddity being what was that, his first or second album? Space Oddity was very early, I do know. But my sister got me into him in like college. And I just like there were so many songs of his that I could just listen to all freaking day. Just how I don't know what's the right word. He was just he just did so much, he changed so much. He changed the game. In my opinion, so many times. Oh, really? You're close to my brother. My brother is 8 years older than me. But yeah, it's so you grew up in the perfect Bowie times. Yeah, Bowie and Lou Reed specifically have I put a lot of hours into listening to their stuff. Transformer from Lou Reed is one of my favorite albums I've ever listened to. Oh, Addictive Sugar, you're young, huh? 86? You're only 2 years, what's it? 2 years older than I am. Oh, 84? Okay. 4 years older than me. Well, that's a little better. What's up, Spence? Nice to see you, bud. So Lou Reed was like good friends with David Bowie. They actually they kind of influenced each other, but Lou Reed got famous with the Velvet Underground. He was one of the I believe he was one of the original members, and he was one of the main singers for the Velvet Underground. And then he went solo, and his most famous solo album was one called Transformer. On Transformer, there's songs like Perfect Day, Satellite of Love, Hanging Around. I'll Walk on the Wild Side. Well, there we go. The young people are properly represented. And Addictive Sugar, Linatux is, he was talking about the amount of people watching. But we're at good ages for art, for learning. Yeah, Wild Side is probably his most famous solo song. And that was, I believe that was from the, I'm almost positive it's from the Transformer. But the Walk on the Wild Side, I'm pretty sure is off of the Transformer album. And I strongly suggest listening to the album. It's great. There's a lot of good songs on there. Some of his other solo stuff is a little weird. He went through a lot of I'll say experimental phases, much along the lines of Bowie. Um, and but like he had an album called like Blue Mask, I think. Another one called Berlin that some people really love. But they're a little experimental for me personally. So I grew Hidden Tides, yeah, related to that. Like my brother is 8 years older than me, and loved he was right in prime grunge period stuff. So I grew up on a lot of Nirvana, Red Hot Chili Peppers. He loved Pearl Jam. Got exposed to Guns N' Roses. Got exposed to a lot of like that kind of like late '80s to early mid '90s stuff. And then I got into yeah, it's funny how like you get exposed to different stuff. Yeah, all my siblings and I are. My brother is like the youngest a millennial could be. He was born in '80. Um, but yeah, but then my sister got really. That I think is off. My sister exposed me to a lot of stuff that I like now. So like, I don't know if you're Michael, you might know, but I'm a huge fan of a band called The Band. They're a favorite of mine as well. Levon Helm was kind of the main talent in that group. Um, Love Derek and the Dominoes with Clapton. Wasn't a huge fan of Cream, but I love Derek and the Dominoes. Their own like only album, but yeah, music from Big Pink, from the band, I listen to a ton. So you see, that was just a very small brushstroke, but a lot of that can make a huge difference in how you see the other colors around it. So is that 62? Yeah. Right? Generations are considered 18 years. $1965. Okay. Sorry if I sorry if I unintentionally aged you. Yeah, I mean, you were in a one of the best times to grow up for some amazing music. I had a phase where I loved the Who. Yeah, my dad was born in 55, I think, or 53. I think it was 53. Yeah, the Who has so much great stuff as well. I had a period where like I only listened to them. Yeah, Clapton, Hendrix. Hendrix is really good too. Um, I actually went to, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but Eric Clapton's festivals, the Crossroads festivals. I got to go to those because I'm from the Chicago area, and so he did his festival uh, in a suburb of Chicago. So like an all day, kind of an all day music. Well, it was an all day music festival. It was a good time. Like ZZ Top and a bunch of like bluesy bluesy jam stuff. Jeff Beck was there, BB King, but Buddy Guy. Derek Trucks, Robert Randolph Family Band. A lot of fun acts. Yeah, like Leonard Skinner and there's somebody who I'm thinking of that I just can't remember. Can't. Yeah, that's right. Kansas. Yeah, that period. Yeah. Well, and there was also Chicago, but that wasn't Southern rock. That was, I don't even know how to explain Chicago. But yeah, like territory based names for a period of time. Oh yeah, and Africa, right? Oh, I know Africa was a song. Toto. Right? I never really got into like glam rock or any of that stuff, like Bon Jovi, and like I wasn't really into Van Halen ever. Yeah, a lot of people. I get why people like it. It just never spoke to me. Like it just like I guess Guns N' Roses. I don't know where Guns N' Roses fall. I do like Guns N' Roses. I don't know if Aerosmith fits into that too because I do like Aerosmith as well. The Rock of All Ages. I'm not familiar with that. Is that a band, or are you talking about a song, or are you just talking about the like all rock of ages? So was that Elvis? A lot of Elvis you grew up on? Yeah. I tend to like a lot of blue, like heavier blues rock, like more modern stuff. I love the White Stripes and what Jack White is doing. A lot of his stuff I enjoy quite a bit. Um, but generally, like the more like early, yeah, I didn't even mention early Rolling Stones is stuff I love. I love like like their Wild Horses and yeah, love the White Stripes. Love them. They're probably my most listened to modern band. Early Black Keys is really good too. Um, um, it was nice to see bands like that. We're starting to see some of this come together. I like Alice Cooper, liked Ozzy too. I had a phase, well, not a phase, but I put in some hours on Ozzy, specifically Black Sabbath stuff. Yeah, they are fantastic. Completely agree. Are you? He's an interesting guy. You know what? A lot of people my age's first exposure to Ozzy was that reality show of theirs, if you recall. What was it, from like the mid 90s or late 90s, early 2000s? I feel like I should put in some of the hair, like specifically. I think I should put in some of this area of the hair. Oh, really? That's cool. I mean, he has to be one of the most. He's one of the more famous people from the UK. How many signatures do you have on it? Okay. I'm going to take a quick break. You can only put on the front, man? That's ridiculous. Hmm. I'm with you. I'm with you. I would have put the whole band too. But, all right. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. I think we made a lot of good progress on this. I think it's starting to look less badly. I think the eyes are decent. But we got to get the skin tones right. Okay, about 5 minutes, and I will be back. All right, I'm back. And thank you, Addictive Sugar. Yeah, once the eyes get in there, stuff starts to seem more like things start becoming more real. I think the angle of this eyebrow is off. Thank you, Michael. See, like the things I'm seeing now, I think this eyebrow needs to be a touch higher. I think this one needs to have an angle downwards. Not downwards. The angle needs to be more leveled out. I do need to get some of these hair values in here. And then we'll do the nose, I think. It's a value of just refreshing your eyes. Yeah, it helps a lot just because one thing is, as I've been kind of working through this, and something I personally have a problem with is I'm cowarding out a little bit on some of the bright values. So like some of this brightness needs to move over to the left as well. I need to make sure that this eye and the areas around it have the proper bright values on there, right? To make it look really, really good. Or to make it the most, I'll say, add the most level of realism to it. So. No, you're good at it, Michael. I like it when people talk while I'm painting just because I've had plenty of streams that where just no one's written a message ever. And it can make things tough because you're just like sitting here painting and then it's just like, well, this is like no different than just painting by myself. But it's also part of just like streaming in general. I think I need to also do something like this. I'm gonna make sure that this comes around properly. That's kind of like an important shape. And then we want soft lines. So one thing, here's at least a tip with realism in a lot of cases, is sharp lines. What I mean by sharp lines is imagine I just like had a black line and there was no transitional notes or transitional paint strokes and stuff. What will happen is it will look cartoonish because it looks like you're inking in stuff. Not very talkative. Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry, Michael. I had a bad, I think it was bronchitis, like a bad cough and congestion about like a month ago. It's awful. So I feel ya. But yeah, no. Thanks for being here. Once again, it's nice when people are talkative and asking questions, and we're just just talking in general. It helps break up, helps keep me sane to a certain extent. But yeah, like I said, if you're painting realism, though, make sure to avoid having hard transitions wherever you can. Sometimes it's impossible because it's part of the composition you chose, but hard lines look cartoony, straight up, and it will definitely add to your realism by adding some transitional brush strokes that as transitions to soften up to soften it up so it looks like there's an actual gradient to the light. Very much so, but this is like kind of like, right, like when I brought up the planes in the face, right? Things that our brain is looking for that bring shape, right? This is the complexity of realism, right? Is understanding that, like, right, with the sharp lines, for example, is that this edge is actually not just like one flat color. It might degrade slightly, right? It might get darker slightly around there. And there's stuff that your brain looks for, right, when you're painting, when you're drawing something that makes it look real, right? Your brain's like looking for keys to like understand what it is that's being shown to them, shown to it. And it's kind of like the common theme of things I've been talking about, but your brain is out here to fuck you when it comes to painting. Like how you see things. And some of the best painters are people who kind of, I think, understand those principles well and know how to paint with that in mind. So my favorite painters are John Singer Sargent. That's too much red. John Singer Sargent, Ilya Repin, and Andrew Zorn. Those are my top three. They're all loose realism painters. What makes their stuff so good is that they're not making, I don't like hyper realism. So they're not trying to paint every little single thing. They're trying to pick out the most important things to make it look like what they're painting. And they did it very well, to say the least. God, is that red strong? On black construction paper. Hey, it's a good background for contrast. Nothing wrong with that. Struggling mixing this hair color. Oh, really? That's always a nice compliment. Fortunately, my last art class was in middle school. Now I wish I would have taken some I was had other interests at the time. So right now I'm only going to block in I'm not going to put the highlights in on this yet. I might do one shade, but just something like that can add a lot of clarity to our situation. I don't know what I like that. Bringing out another brush. So one thing I'm kind of realizing what's a little tough about this painting is that a lot of the contrast in between colors is just saturation of red. Really doesn't change the yellow that much. Just the ratio of how much red is in there. And can make things a little difficult. But we're just going to paint the hair in a base tone in areas, I guess. So we're not going to do... We'll keep this to the top. Right there. Touch there. Touch there. Oh, that sucks. Did you save? I hope you saved. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, and you can't really upgrade a, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense to upgrade a laptop. Well, that's good. So I told you I'm an engineer. I don't know if you heard that by trade. And so I do a lot with 3D modeling for my work. So I know that pain of losing your work. Oh, really? Construction sounds interesting, but it's tough, I imagine. The hours, there's just a lot of stuff built into that. It's less red. So now we're going to take this lighter color and probably should have mixed more than Yeah, man. I imagine construction too can be nice because it's like it has some complexities to it that keep your mind less numb than certain other things. I really like hair or painting hair because you could do very little with it and it could look so real. Just add a little depth to it. See, I have some base knowledge on how to do that just from like doing projects at work, like wiring and stuff, but not like, I don't know foundational stuff. I don't, that's the stuff where my knowledge becomes very thin, unfortunately. Oh yeah. Do you know the reason why they don't have basements down there? I'm curious on why that's the case. Oh, it's a sea level. So is the foundational ground is like too damp? Yeah, that makes sense. I probably did more on the hair than I probably should have, but it's alright. Don't do that though. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Right, that's kind of like, well, we have a lot of cities in places that cities frankly shouldn't be. So yes, I completely agree with that. Yeah. Chicago was built on a swamp too. They had like a huge issue in the early '90s where they had like a drain or like a pipe near Lake Michigan come undone, and like they were talking like buildings were going to start collapsing within months. Huge issue. For some reason, there's a few cities built on swamps. I think Milwaukee was a swamp too. Those are two cities that I currently live in the suburbs of Chicago, but I went to college in Milwaukee. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, right. We built some of our largest areas on fault lines. It's asking for trouble. I don't know why I'm spending so much time on the hair right now. I want to finish this skin. I get distracted easily. I don't want to put in that too. Let's do this. One California just breaks off entirely. It's just, it's a good time to be by the Great Lakes too. Need more yellow as well. No worries, addictive sugar. We're just talking about California breaking off. It's on a fault line. Oh, really? I haven't heard that. This guy. Got a few brushes that are fraying. What happens when you buy cheaper brushes? They fray quicker. Maybe I should have taken out more too. I am actually, so I am one who does not, I intentionally don't use good brushes. I use really expensive paint. But with my brushes, I intentionally use poor ones. Because I don't value the contributions of like a good brush like I do good paint. I don't want to go through the stress of like caring about a like high quality brush. And because I don't think a good brush will also accelerate my learning. I think it will just stress me out a bit. So I use these brushes that are essentially $1 a piece. And they'll last me a few months. And then once they've reached their, you know, their time, those are going to keep on sneaking in there. I throw them out. Or if they can be repurposed somehow, I repurpose them. Like I'll cut them in a shape that I want. It keeps on like thought this mixture needed more yellow, but I was wrong. That's very nice of you. Yeah, I spend a lot on my paints. My yellow, 150 milliliters of my yellow is $107. It is not. So I use, like, they call them professional grade paints. So the brands that I use, they mix well, they're stronger. They just, I got tired of using cheap paints, and I think that's something that is worth the investment personally. I also use good canvases. And because if somebody wants to buy my stuff, I want to make sure that it's on something that will last and that they don't feel gypped. I used to paint, when I was worse, I used to paint on cheap canvases. But as I've gotten better, I've switched to nicer canvases as well. But I use the brands Williamsburg, Michael Harding, and Old Holland are the brands that I use. And those can be quite expensive. Oh, she does body paint? Yeah, probably not. I would hope not, at least. Yeah, oil paints are generally the most expensive types of paints. Just because their archival quality and, like, the pigment loads. Yeah, water-based acrylics are some of the more cheaper ones. Or cheaper. Now, there are expensive acrylics, but it still doesn't, I don't think it approaches the expensive oil paints. Yeah, see, that's how bright it is. I said I needed to fix that. This needed to be more straight. Yeah. Yeah, that brings out that shadow a lot more. Good. Yeah. I'm not very familiar with acrylics. As I don't don't paint with them. I used to paint miniatures, which was that's how I got into oil painting originally. Actually, was painting miniatures, and sorry, I'm looking for a brush, and with miniatures, that's all acrylic. But then I saw a guy who was painting miniatures with oil paints, and my family had some, so I thought I would give it a try. And the first time I painted a miniature with oil paints, it went terribly. And I thought to myself, well, maybe I should just like learn how oil paints work. And I said I'll do a painting. And I've been doing them since. That is my origin story. So they're just painted not with oil-based acrylics, just acrylics. Now, back in the day, like the old, like, older, like, tanks and, like, the World War II type miniatures, those were painted with oil-based, like, I don't know if they're oil-based acrylics, but, like, you know, oil-based paints, I'll say. And, but nowadays they're all water-based acrylics. At least for like it was like Warhammer. I don't know if you're familiar with Warhammer. That was a game I played, and at least when I was younger. And but there's been a contingent of them who have been who've been painting them with oils, and that's literally how I got my start. I thought it was interesting. Yeah, no worries. It's just like a tabletop miniature game, so it's like, you know, it's like I'm gonna build this army of guys, and you paint miniatures. And there's like a whole rule set with it, and it's just like that. But some of the best painters I've ever seen, though, are miniature painters. I will argue that they, what some of those guys do and how they understand color is just on such a level that is incredibly impressive. Yep, I play Magic. I go through breaks. I'm currently in a break, but I still follow it to some degree. I think Magic's a great game. If you still got your cards, you probably got a lot of money in your hands, just FYI. Google was 15 years ago, 2008. Like around Mirrodin, I think. I gotcha. Sometimes people don't realize it, but the cards just got so expensive that you just like you might have hit a mini lotto. Sometimes. Yeah, Magic is great. Fun game. They just came out with a Lord of the Rings set that has people excited. Yeah, me too. They did something interesting too. I don't know if like ethically it's a little questionable in my opinion, but they printed one card called, you know, the Ring of Power, you know, and it's only one in the entire set. So then people are offering bounties for it, and yeah. So apparently people have already offered $1 million for that card. So it's causing a bit of a stir in the community. Yeah, those are all great. I was a big fan of those movies. The extended version of those are masterpieces. I bet. I mean, if you had the original movies and what's it the extended versions. Oh, those extras were where was that? It was when you learned about like the stuntmen and stuff. Love those. Yeah, I spent a lot of time watching those. They were so fun. Those movies hold up so well too. That's the other impressive thing about them is that like Their CGI was done well. Their things were just done so well in those movies. Does this not look dark enough? Gotta be careful with these adjustments. Oh, really? That's pretty cool. I like that. I mean, I really hope that they don't remake those movies, but I heard that they are. Because, you know, everything's about money, unfortunately, but I hope we as a collective, unless they're great, but I don't see how somebody can make them as good as him without, like, copying what Peter Jackson did. And, oh, interesting. I haven't heard of that. What's that about? Oh, interesting. So does it cover like JR's like other books that he created, like the Silmarillion and like the other like books about the dwarves and stuff? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Still very cool. I'd still want to see that. I'll have to take a look into that. That's how I discovered them, as watching those original films at my friend's house because they had them playing, and was didn't know that they even existed. I read The Hobbit in 3rd grade, pretty much right after I saw that. Well, I'm older than your son, if that makes you feel better. Thank you for the follow, Jack Quinn. Appreciate it. If you have any questions, please let me know. Any criticisms? You just want to make fun of my work? Go for it. Addictive sugar. You said you were 20? No way. Wait till you hit 30. Oh, geez. So are you a young uncle? Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. I try to keep it relaxed. I don't take things too seriously. I don't take myself that seriously. I guess I am being vapid by streaming in the first place, but that is what it is. Yeah, I mean, I had my first niece. Well, I didn't have my first niece. My brother had his daughter when I was 20. Yeah. So, but you probably got him even younger, I imagine, right? I have my dad was like that. My dad is older than one of his uncles. Funny enough. That's funny though. It really is, right? It's crazy, it's good, it's awful, it's everything at the same time all at once. That's why you gotta find the things that you enjoy and just do them. As long as you're not hurting somebody else. And that is the life advice portion of the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. There's plenty more tidbits where that came from, but I usually don't say them. Because who am I? I've always had the. Let's see, kid next door was 8 and he was an uncle. Yeah. It's crazy when that happens. But yep, those are good goals. My goal is to be able to do a hobby of mine for a living. Painting is a good option. Hopefully I get good enough where people will start paying me for that. Yeah, those are good goals. But I know, Mike. But that's kind of like I think that's kind of healthy in itself, right? Like what's life without optimism? Or like, I always care. Like, granted, I would love to be rich, right? But one thing about being rich is it's like when you have achieved everything, or you become completely financially nah, dude, that's more common than you think. That's nothing to be ashamed about whatsoever. Sometimes you gotta take risks, and sometimes you gotta make that leap. But it's nothing to be ashamed about. Being introverted is its own strength as well. I am very introverted. At least, like going out and stuff like that. But that is nothing that you should feel shame about. And if somebody shames you for that, they're an asshole, straight up. I know it's not necessarily easy to take that advice to a certain extent, because everybody has their own unique experiences. But yeah. But there'll always be assholes. Part of growing up, unfortunately, is learning to deal with said assholes. Right? When you go to work, you're gonna encounter plenty of them. And I'm not saying that that's like a good thing. I wish that wasn't the case. But know that other people will try and dictate how you feel. And you'll learn how to deal with it. I mean, I'll only talk about it when at least I only talk about it when people initiate it or like are talking about it themselves. Because that's somebody's private. Yep. Unfortunately, I can't reassure you with that. That's gonna be that's gonna be a constant. But you get to focus on. All you have to focus on learning the ways to deal with said asses. And when you do, you'll be much better for it. Yeah. It's all about being comfortable with yourself. You know, all you have to do is also just take little steps. I don't like going to bars. I'm not a drinker. I don't like the taste of alcohol personally. And I'll drink though, but I don't, not you don't know, but I drink very infrequently. It happens. Sometimes that experience is valuable to other people, right? Then, sometimes it's not, right? But I think it's just part of the maturation process of understanding what is good for you. Yeah. But you also got to understand that people who do that stuff too are not evil people, right? Part of maturity, right? Just understand we're all in our own circumstances, but with yours, plenty of people have had them, will have them, will continue to have them. And you'll find, most likely, that you have a lot more I'll say you're unique, just like other people are. People have their own circumstances, and if you talk with people, you'll find you'll have a lot in common that you didn't know, right? And you'll find people that you're comfortable with, and things will become a lot easier. And that's the second portion of Nick's advice. I unfortunately like soda a little too much, but I do drink plenty of water. It looks so sharp. Yeah, I wish I kind of had that much discipline at times, but that is what it is. Need more red, I think. fitzing around with this quite a bit. Exactly. Sugar, you'll enjoy it if you you'll be happy with yourself if you spend your life doing things that you enjoy. Not trying to like please other people or try and change how people view you. Cold brew, I think, is delicious, personally. Yeah, I've done that. I've done that plenty of times. Yeah, man. I used to do that too. At least I would wear hoodies when some people might not consider it appropriate, but hoodies are their own comfort. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, man. It helps you take care of your struggles. It will most likely be a good thing. As long as you're not doing like drugs. But as we've already talked about, you're not. You got the nice hand tan. Michael, you were a greaser? When you're a jet all the way. Screw him. They certainly do. Brush mark. Of course. That's a very good way of putting it. I appreciate that. The unpredictable mess that I am. You know, it's just like about who you connect with, right? It's not necessarily like, I don't know if I'd say it's a reflection on humans, right? We're just social. And the fact of the matter is, online, you find people a lot easier who share your interests, right? Because on Twitch, if you like art, you could probably go to a vast majority of these art streams, right? Who will have a good conversation with you, who understand your perspectives better than a lot of people you meet, right? Because unfortunately, you have to, it's not even unfortunate, but it's just the nature of, right, our civilization, society, is that you are put around people that don't necessarily, or aren't guaranteed to have similar values to you. So it's just, I don't think that's necessarily a poor representation of things as far as like, it sucks that it's only online, but it's a lot easier online. It's too bright for there, but that's okay. For right now, I kind of keep myself private as far as that is concerned online. I'm just sharing my painting. But eventually I probably will. Yeah, I think that's about the same with me. That needs to be darker. That's... Oh, I agree with that. I'll just say that I would say don't count on that, though. It can be beneficial, definitely. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's always the best thing for you. But we've been having a good conversation for hours. I think we're all enjoying ourselves with it. That's a good thing. It's a wonderful thing. Oh, really? Well, this is my biggest stream I've ever had. As far as my average viewers, I'm still fairly, I'll say, don't really have a following at the moment. So I appreciate you guys sticking around. It's been very fun. Yeah, that's good. I don't know why I'm not doing this mouth yet, but kind of looks creepy. Yeah, I stream, I probably average about 3 times a week. This week specifically, I'm going to try and do more. Because I just want to get more paintings done. For some reason. So if you guys like watching pieces from start to finish with a variable length, please join me. Interesting. I didn't know that was a thing that happens. Don't do that to me. Interesting. I wonder if it does keep track of that. Maybe it gives you points every time you chat in some capacity. That would be interesting. I still need to do some customizations for my points. I don't really have anything exciting you could do with my points, but I think it's time for me to take another break. When I come back, we're gonna do this mouth. Yeah, I like that too, Mike. I need to get my eyes off of this though. I need to stand up. When I come back, we're gonna do this mouth, nose, and ear. And then we'll get these highlights in the side of the face down. And then we'll almost have it done painting. This one's going longer than I expected. I was hoping for 5.5 hours, but it looks like we got a couple more. Oh, interesting. I did not know that addictive sugar. All right, about 5 minutes, guys, and I will be back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, sometimes these take a bit of time. I mean, Addictive Sugar, you saw this when I was still sketching it, right? Sometimes they go fast, and sometimes they take a bit of time. All right. So let's do this mouth. I don't want to clean up my palette too much because I got all these little colors in. Let's just clean up some of it. Maybe like that. Put some more red out here. The old palette cleaning. Okay. Looks like I need a little bit more white. And a little bit more red. Probably too much, but that's okay. Either of you start painting with traditional stuff. It's better not to put too little paint on your palette. Better to put too much than too little. A touch more yellow too. Thanks, Michael. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. I hope you have a great night. Hope you have a great week. Yeah, and I'll be streaming this week. So yeah, if you're around and you feel like watching painting, come join. Happy to talk some more. I hope you have a wonderful week as well. Okay. Let's do these lips. Looks more purple. It's not. Yeah, it was nice speaking with you, Mike. Hope to see you again. What is this? I don't like that. Did I have red? That's good enough. Okay. Is it me, or does this like reference, as it is right now, or my painting right now? He kind of looks like the Joker a little bit, right? Or is that just my own insanity? Could be just my insanity. So how's your painting coming along, Addictive? Everything going all right? Your painting going all right? I'm in the same boat as you. I'm ready to be done with this. I said, as like the painting, as it looks right now, kind of looks like the Joker. It kind of looked like the Joker for a moment before I got this lip in there. Kind of had like an insane look on his face. Lips will taking away the lips will kind of do that. That's something I'm probably never gonna paint, is the Joker. Even though people probably like it. I don't really plan on doing it. Yeah, it's gone now. Oh, that's what it is. That's why I saw the Joker. I said I was going to do these teeth, so I should do these teeth. Hmm. You got artist finger right now? Sorry about that. Trying to make it look like he doesn't have the biggest teeth in the world. I think this lip came up too high. Yeah, sometimes my shoulder gets a little tired. Well, not a little. It gets tired all the time. Oh, really? Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe you should take a little break. right? Why is that not looking right? Yeah, I'm trying to figure this out because it seems like definitely the shape of them being as they are. But I haven't finished highlighting them. Not too dark now. I feel like it's the shape of this left side. But there's definitely an angle that I'm missing. You know what? That's probably part of it. Is this lip? I agree. I just I hate when I feel like something is just off. You know, and you just can't tell why. But I think I'm starting to see what's wrong. I think this lip needs to get cheat a little bit. Yeah, it's like, you know, you know that there's something wrong with it, but you can't tell what. Now I see this that I want to fix. Oh, no worries, man. I appreciate, like, I'm not, I know I'm tongue in cheek at times, but like I welcome advice. Having somebody else's vision is good. And that is something that doesn't offend me. Or like, you know, you don't need to be concerned with like speaking like as long as you're not spamming, of course, or like saying stuff that's wrong on purpose, but yeah. You can still offer plenty of help. One issue I think I'm facing here, now that I'm seeing it. Hold on. Oh. Don't know at the moment, actually. I thought that the mouth maybe was too low, but that does not seem to be the case. Fuck. God damn it. Let's do the teeth highlights and see if that changes how I see this. Shit. Oh, still needs to be higher. Let's try that. Yeah, a little bit there. So shit, is that just that much brighter? Addictive, if you don't mind, could you take a quick look at this? Tell me what you think. The dark spot on the teeth. This one. So like go up a little higher maybe. Is that better? And maybe the other side. Okay. You know what? Bobby Brute, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. If you have any questions, please let me know. Questions, concerns, criticisms. I'll hear them all. I think this line needed to be figure something out here. Thank you for the follow, Artisan. Much appreciated. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to discuss my choices, how I mix colors, anything you want. Ah, fuck. That was a bad brush stroke. Thank you for the follow, Schnitzelsification. Good name. If you have any questions, please let me know. Alright, I gotta be not a wuss here. And actually highlight this as it should be. That area is bad. Color needs to be warmer. Yes. No. Hey, that was wrong. How to fuck up an eye in one easy step. And go back. And you know. Nose. So we're getting to the point in this painting where a lot of areas only need small fixes. Not even fixes, small adjustments. And the key to stuff like this, at least in my experience, is to do as little as possible. Because if you do too much, you'll see like the impact of like a little highlight, right? Like that one. When I look at it on the screen, compared to what I actually did, it seems like it's too much. So that can mean a couple of things. If you're sure on the value, then you know that your other values are fucked up. But it could also mean that that highlight was too bright. But there's all these intermediary like highlights that change how you view things quite a bit. And or how you see them. So it's important to kind of see the difference that a single brushstroke can make. This area is kind of a mess as a whole. But this is why values, when you're painting, are so important. Values are more important than color. I'll die on that hill. saw that. So that does not fit. A lot of areas with just like a hint of highlight. Like there. Okay, let's do this here. Need a touch of blue. We're doing painting an ear in 3 minutes challenge. Because who gives a shit about an ear? Thank you. If you just sent that, I thought you just sent that. One thing about ears is essentially a painter that I respect says this is that you can't make them too red. A lot of blood goes in the ear, so it's like so there's going to be like a lot more red. Like some people classify the face into sections, and they say that the middle, so the nose, mouth, and ears have more blood, so they tend to look more red. So like it's not the if you have trouble with them, first try just like putting some colors on there and then going from there. But I don't spend a crazy amount of time on the ears because I don't want people to look at them. Inevitably, they will, though. You gotta do some stuff. Like, make sure you hit your shadows specifically on the bottom. When you do that, and kind of do that outlining thing I said, it adds a lot of depth to the ear. I think that's all I'm going to do with that ear. And here, let's make it softer and make things soft. Too much. Thought that was darker. I should have waited on that one specifically. I should have done that. God bless it. This one I can expand a little bit. I need another break. Okay, I'm going to take another break. Just a 5-minute one. Wait, I see something that I want to see when this happens. Yeah, take a break. When we get back, we are going to do the hair. We're going to finish the hair. Oh wait, I'm gonna do the highlights on the side of the face. These like bright highlights, right on this side. Finish the hair. Do the background. We're done. Whew. All right, everybody. 5 minutes. Go take a piss, take a shit, grab a drink of water. And I gotta find where my headphone dropped to. And we'll be back. And I'm back. All right. Let's finish this. Get these last highlights on the face, neck, and then we'll finish the hair. I'll just have to fix that when I do the background. Thanks, Jade. You're up pretty late. Thanks for sticking around, man. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I know. I think that the top lips need to be higher. Kind of just don't want to fix it though at this point. It's either the nose needs to come down a little bit. Where's the line? Line's right there. I don't know. I wonder if I brought the nose down a little bit. Yeah, I agree with you largely on that. I wonder if it's something just as simple as like just a little bit more down. Yeah. Can I do that? Let's see if I can do that quickly. I know, it's just it's about working on my sketching, more or less. So it's like, it's intentional, right? I have no problem with gridding more than I do. I just trying to like work on my facial, not my facial, my eye's ability to pick up on relative distances to each other. Yes, yeah, that's a much better way of putting it. Well, let's try it. You convinced me. So what if I moved it down there? Thanks for the follow, Ruby. Much appreciated. If you have any questions, concerns, criticisms, please let me know. If you want to make fun of it, my painting, go for it. Do you think I need to bring down the bridge of the nose, Jake? Because as I'm looking at it now, I'm not sure I do. Well, sweet. Glad she likes it. If I paint tomorrow, I'm not sure I'm painting tomorrow because this one went so long. But yeah, I'm doing the arcane stuff like we told you about. If I feel up for it, tomorrow. But since this one went long, I might need to take a day to recoup. Because I'm at almost 7.5 hours right now. Yep, of course. Okay. Like they need to come down more? Like, hold on. I kind of see what you're saying. How's that? Is that better or more? I think I'm gonna leave it like that. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's fine. No, it's fine. I don't I don't mind that stuff. It's tough for me to see a lot of that stuff too, as I'm going through it. All right. No. Do it in chat. Like I said, it doesn't bother me. Fair enough. I think that stuff's going to be easier, though, personally, than this. I thought this would be easier, too, but what made this one more difficult is that the left and the right side of the face had essentially a different hue to it going along. So normally faces, well, depending on the lighting, but his left side of his face, the side that we see is left, is a lot more red than the right side, which is a lot more yellow. So it made hitting the colors and values take a lot more time than something with like thank you. Yeah, than something that has, you know, a lot less, or sorry, has more even lighting, I should say. So like the shadows over here do not match the shadows over here. So I had to make kind of like two different sets of colors, and makes things tough. Right. So now I'm going to clean up the edges and do the background. Let's see. Better? Cool. Sorry, mixing a neutral can be tough, and I had a coughing fit. Ugh. Sorry, just making sure my brush is clean. Well, I'm gonna do one of Jinx and one of Jinx and one of Vi. We're gonna do them back to back. Yeah, they're gonna be portraits. And maybe if people like them, or if I enjoy doing them, I'll do a bunch of them. So we could do like Jace and Echo and Victor and, you know. I was thinking about, like, there's been a couple of series of like portraits I was thinking about doing. Like, I was thinking about doing one from a series of horror movies that I think would be cool. And then yeah, Silco probably. I mean, Silco would definitely be a part of that, like you know, endeavor. So yeah, it's just when in line would he? You think Silco would look best with my style? Possibly. I mean, he has the most stuff going on. So yeah, it'll be on contingent on a couple things. If people like him, and if I enjoy painting them. I don't think I will dislike painting them. Like, I'm optimistic that I think I'll have a good time with it. But you never know. Oil painting's weird, because right now I will say that I didn't like necessarily enjoy painting this that much, because there was a level of tedium involved here. However, when I'm done with it, I'll be very happy that I did it. So it's like, yeah, I've also done, yeah. I've done several portraits of our Lord and Savior, David Bowie. So yeah, it's the background does help this one quite a bit. I'm not sure about that, because I have to let it dry. I can't sign it wet. Plus I don't put my I don't sign on the I don't sign on the front. If I sign on the front, I would, but I don't have like a clean enough signature. Yeah, initial could be fine too. I'll think about it. I just gotta, I gotta start selling paintings regularly for me to be that concerned with that. But if you're gonna buy the Jinx, I'll sign it on the front like that. If you think that's better. Well, it would have to be before the final show, right? Like, how I show it at the end, like the finished painting? I would need to do it, but I would have to show the signing before that. The only annoying part of that is that it's like another thing I have to film, But it'd probably be good. But I'll basically though, yeah, it's but I'll start doing that if my stuff starts to sell. As of right now, when when nobody's buying. Yeah, I am. I just don't have any like clean white at the moment. You always love your bullet hairs. Bigger one. Everything's almost spent. Okay. I should probably do this with a smaller brush. So that has to be pure white, right? Oh, okay. Is that all good enough for you? No, I haven't watched any of the Black Mirrors. Actually. People have told me to watch it. I just, like, I don't know. Maybe it's a contrarian in me. And I know, like, you know, the first one was, like, very popular. Sorry, the first, like, season and episode with the pig fucker. Oh, really? Well, maybe I will check it out. Isn't this amazing how this instantly changes how you see the entire painting? Suddenly, like, things that were, like, the brightest are no longer the brightest. I'm just painting with like pure white. Yeah, it's kind of like that. That's funny. I forgot. I remember it, but like I forgot about it. You know how like I had you sweating bullets over painting your nephew blue. Oh, interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Next time I need a show, I want to start something. I do love painting hair. Hair is so easy to paint. All right, man. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'll shoot you a text when I decide to paint Jinx. Cool. All right, man. Sleep well. Have a good night. We're almost done, everybody. I promise. This one was a bit of a journey. I think I brought up that hair too much, didn't I? Yeah, I definitely did. That's annoying. Gonna have to fix that. Just gonna make these edges softer. We'll add to the effect. Same with over here. Give them the little frizzies. Come back and clean this up. I brought that up too much. Sorry if it mixes a little bit. Add some slightly brighter accents over here. A hint of red there works a little bit better. Let's make it a little darker. Shadow. That works. Let's do this. Little transitional line right there. Another one right there. I think that needs some more red right there. Let's go back and clean that up a little bit. Let's add a little darkness right there. A little risky adding a little darkness there, but be done. So one thing that I'm seeing, so people will say that using black is wrong. And I wholeheartedly disagree with that. What's wrong is using a neutral black. And so when you see black stand out like a sore thumb, it's most likely because your temperature of your black is wrong. Or doesn't fit to your reference or what you're doing. So you can control that by adding your darkest warm and your coolest, your darkest cool color, which is my ultramarine blue, or your warmest, which is my burnt umber. And so you can kind of control and alter the temperature of your black, and it will fit in a lot better if you do such things. If you don't, it will stand out like a sore thumb. I think that's why people say to not use black. That's my theory. Okay, I think I played around with the hair too much. I see something I want to. Need to be lighter. Saturate. Making some pretty aggressive changes right now, I guess. I would not recommend doing this. Do as I say, not as I do. In general. Okay. Alright, well that was a slog. That was fucking 8 hours. Any questions, criticism, concerns? So this is our Lord and Savior, David Bowie. Alla Prima. You're talking about when I did the sketch of him? Thank you very much, Addictive Sugar. Thanks for sticking around the whole time, man. You had a long day too. I hope your things come along well. I'm pretty happy with this one. There's definitely some... Oh, gotcha, yeah. There is a slight placement issue between the mouth and the nose. It's hard to say which one it is, but it's not to the point where it ruins it, in my opinion. It's just a little off. I think most people will just ignore it. I think the values are pretty good in this. It could be the lips. It could be that the nose needs to be longer. It could be one of those two things. You know, at this point, I don't want to go through that. Magic finger eraser, engage. Yeah. Actually, there's a hard. It's probably the lips. I mean, we were kind of seeing it when we were doing it. But I'm not going to go back and fix it. I think it's minute enough. I think it's, you know, so there. I think the values are good here because if the values are bad, I think the white on this hair would look really out of place relative to everything, but I don't think it does. Yeah. I think the hair looks good. I think the eyes look good. They're kind of difficult placements. Yeah, that is definitely possible. It's just the nose doesn't seem short to me, but my friend was, talking about it. But it's at the point where it's like, do I want to spend 2 hours adjusting everything again? And this is like a lesson of I probably should have worked out that placement better when I was making my sketch. It's probably, what I should have done. But it is what it is. I'm not that upset. I'm livid. I'm gonna go punch a hole in my wall. But no, it's fine. I think if you weren't looking at the reference, you wouldn't question it. It's like one of those things. And maybe I'll look at it tomorrow and just realize, oh, it's this, but I'm not going to fix it then. So I'll just stare at my shame if I notice it. Much better than that one. It's funny looking at your older stuff, whenever you go back and look, and it's like, oh man, I painted like a child. And it's just like the things you just didn't comprehend all come into play, that you work on and try and get better at, all just manifest, and it's like, oh, I did get better. But I'm not ashamed of it, of course, right? We all, like, the best painters ever didn't paint a masterpiece for their first painting. If they said they did, they're lying. Even the masters had to put in a lot of work. And, if I continue putting in work and thinking about the stuff that I do, I'll get, better. And I'll surpass those bastards. Alright, so we got a clean palette. So I don't know if I'm not going to be painting, well, I don't know if I'm going to be painting tomorrow. We'll see how I sleep. This was 3 hours longer than I expected. Granted, the next reference I'm going to be doing is not going to be that difficult, I don't think. Addictive Sugar, if you like Arcane or League of Legends, I'm painting Jinx from Arcane. For my next painting. I'm going to be doing a portrait of her. So if you like that stuff, or anyone else watching, please tune in. And thanks for all the follows today. Today was awesome. I usually only average like 4 to 5 viewers, and 3 of those are my family or friends. So today was really cool. Getting rated like that, it's very nice of them, and I felt lucky. So it was a good day. And I got another painting of Bowie. Our Lord and Savior, David Bowie. Is there anybody that I know that's streaming? Because I could actually raid somebody. I usually don't like to raid when I don't have a lot of people, or they're just my family and friends, because people are usually very kind Oh yeah. How do I get my? Can you type in your link, your Discord, if you're comfortable with that, or whisper to me on Twitch? Whisper me your Discord like friend code, and I can just add you as a friend. You cool with that? I'd love to see it. Cool. I don't see any artists on that I know. All right, there's a lot of hentai artists going on. More hentai. Not interested in that. Cool. I'm adding you right now. Do you know anybody I should raid? I'd love to raid an oil painter if there was another one. And I added you on Discord with it. Okay. I just went through the art section. I didn't see anybody. No, get me wrong, I have nothing against, well, that. It's just I'd rather try and find traditional painters. Plus, I don't know that community that well at all. I'm just surprised how many there are. Yeah, I have no problem with that. People do what they like. It's more about like traditional art or something along those lines. Yeah, it really seems like it, hasn't it? Hmm. Let me double check. There is somebody. All right. I have watched Airy Bean Things before. I really don't know her that well, but I think we'll just raid her. Okay. All right, everyone who's still there, thank you. We're going to raid Ari Bean Things. I think she's painting something. I don't know if it's digital or not. But that's fine if it is. But she's somebody I've watched before. Well, everybody who's still there, thank you, and thank you for all the follows today. Addictive Sugar, don't forget to. I sent you the friend request on Discord, so send me that stuff so I can take a look at it. And yeah, we're gonna raid. So thanks, everybody. Have a good night, Addictive Sugar. Thanks again, man. Had a nice time talking with you.